Hey everybody, stream's gonna start soon. Hey, what's up, AJ? Daisuke. It's gonna start soon, just getting everything set up. I'll change some of these graphics around. So, I finally got the multiple streams set up, so super nice. So, we're streaming to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Got the Streamlabs going, which is nice. Okay. See if this works. I just switch over to OBS, Streamlabs OBS, so let's see if all this works. So in 20 seconds, I'm going to start the stream. Here we go. All right, so let me know if you guys can hear me. Make sure everything's working. The levels seem to be up. So AJ asks, is it good to learn from artists like me? Here's my thing on this. I make all this stuff basically for me. So what? All right, my volume's low. Let me turn it up. So how's my volume? Is it better? How about right there? Too low now? Let's try that. Hey, what's up, Prudence? Doing a volume check here. way higher. Well, that's full blast, so how's that? That's as loud as it gets, folks. Here's my problem though. Like we got to check because when Brandon talks and I talk, it's at two different levels. So I tend to talk right over Brandon. Alrighty. All right, so I basically make the streams for me. I forget how to do shit, so what I do is when I forget, I turn the streams back on and remember how I did stuff. So they're good for me to learn from. My hope is that you will be able to learn from them as well, but your experience may vary. So it's difficult to say. Some of the things I talk about now, I think people understand, especially beginning artists, but understanding it and doing it are two different things. So you can understand it, but then you go to apply the stuff and you're like, it doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, probably at a different stage in your art path. So, all right. And then, yeah, you just leave it on for fun. That's the other thing. If you just like, it's background noise. It's always good. This is a cover for an indie comic called Lana Leuka from Laura Marshall. She's got a indie book she's putting out. Get that there. Get that over here. Alrighty. Load. We're gonna get started here in a second. I just gotta grab. So this was my color roughie I did. A lot of this background stuff on the roughie I'll end up keeping. So it's mostly her figure we gotta finish up and draw. So. Grab my earpiece here. It's been a fun week. So I say that sarcastically. Make sure. What is the computer's data? I don't understand what you said. Sorry. Do you know how to draw on paper? Yes. There's plenty of videos of me drawing on paper, AJ. Right in the archives. Plenty of videos. I just put up a whole speed video commentary of me doing color pencil on paper. So yes, I draw on paper. Plenty of real-time drawings of me drawing on paper, inking on paper. There's no different, digital or whatever. It's kind of just like the only difference is I can be cleaner, a little bit more rougher. Well, thank you. I don't know what I'm trying to do with this. Hey, what's up? Manduki stream? What's up? Hey, you got here. Well, Makes it a little bit easier with the dual streaming now. So it's going to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, which is super nice and helpful. I already covered that, AJ. We did silhouettes on paper with the. When did we do that? We did the Saturday school. Anyway, yeah, did that. So I'll archive the Saturday school on the YouTube soon, but I already did it with marker. So if you don't have marker, you can use a highlighter if you really wanted to draw silhouettes with the highlighter. So not as clean, and you're gonna have a bunch of leftover stuff on there, but that's how I used to do it. So. We don't. I don't get into political discussions on the streams. So I try to draw to get away from real life game awards. I don't know, man. They get a bad rap, dude. But you know, man, try putting on any convention or show of any kind. The guy pretty much does it himself, you know. So it's like, I mean, who else is doing anything like it, you know? So it'd be one thing if there was like, I mean, if there was only the Golden Globes and no Oscars, then you go, oh, the Golden Globes are stupid, but there's no Oscars. So right now there's just one thing. So, but it improves every year. I mean, I like the Muppets. You know. Jeff puts on that whole show by himself, man. Like he arranges all that stuff, coordinates. You know what I mean? Like it's not just a guy. There isn't a giant corporation. Like he basically puts it on himself. Like he gets advertisers, buys the space, coordinates with developers. I don't know sounds. Sorry. Well, that's not. He doesn't get to control what games are announced. You know what I mean? Like that's up to publishers, and so I don't know. It's tough, man, because a lot of indie games were announced. There's some mobile stuff in there, but I mean, if it was just AAA stuff, I don't know. It's weird, dude. People. I always look. People can complain because they can be like, "Oh, it's just AAA games and no indies." And then when there's just indies, so it goes back and forth. Last year he had some bigger reveals like Crash Nitro Racing. You know, so Outer Worlds got announced last year. Look, some games that were up for real that did really well this year were announced at the Game Awards last year. So it's hard. Like everyone wants, yeah, I want Batman and the next Mario game to be announced at these things, but that's not generally how that's done. But some really small little gems, games that could be big next year, probably may have been announced this year. You know, so I don't know. Like I said, I've been to a lot of like E3 game panels. Like I've been to the Nintendo ones, the Sony ones, the Microsoft ones. I mean, I was at the last two Nintendo ever did before they stopped doing them. So I look at the show he puts on and I'm like, it's pretty good, man. They got live symphonies playing music and stuff, dude, and he moves it along at a brisk pace. Like we go here, go there. People could say, well, it moves too fast. I'm like, well, yeah, but when you watch the Oscars, people say the shit moves too slow. So I don't know, man. Like maybe it's just it's cynical gamer stuff, right? It's easier to be like a little jaded. No, man, it's kind of like what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like when you'd see something at school. You go to some function in high school, and then you sit there stuck watching it. Then you just kind of dunk on it. But I don't know. Like, was it that bad? You know? So, was it really that bad? You know? So, I mean, they actually got to see the Xbox Series X. People seem to care about that. You know? I mean, it would have been worse if he just announced countdown clocks, right? Bunch of countdown clocks. Thanks, Cone Evil. Appreciate it. They're all gaming PCs, man. And look, that's you kind of look. That's the thing though. When they weren't gaming PCs, when they were Power PC or custom architecture, no one could make games for them. That's how you ended up with the PS3. So yeah, it comes down to exclusive games and games from regions. So I always go with Japanese systems because I like Japanese games, and I save my American games for PC games. That's basically how it works for me. And if the American games are on the other consoles, great. You know, but it's kind of like when G4 was on TV. Remember when G4 was on TV and everyone shat on G4 how it was generic and it didn't pale compared to like sites like Newgrounds and One Up and Game Trailers. And then G4 went away, and now everyone goes, "I wish I had a TV station just dedicated to gaming." So you know, yeah, but I don't care if they're low end. I like optimized games, man. You know, I'm a fan of optimization. Yeah, but you're not going to get, you know, a lot of exclusive Japanese content on there. So there's a lot of games I buy. Games I care. I mean, you're not going to get PT. Where was PT on a PC, right? So, like I said, dude, it just for the longest time I could never get Dragon Quest on a PC unless it was emulation. So it's changing, but it took a long time. And you're not going to get Mario games on the PC, so there's that too, right? Now I play Oculus, a lot of VR games. Like that doesn't even matter. Yeah, you're not gonna get fucking Nintendo games on the PC, so unless they're illegally ripped and stolen. So, and some of my favorite indie games like Wolverblade were released on PC, and they fucking they sold so little they didn't make any money. So a lot of these developers don't get to make money on PC because the name of the game on there is look, man, the name of the game on PC is the lowest. I want to pay the least amount possible. Like that doesn't help developers. So, you know, like if you really love a game and a series of games, the people making them have to earn a living. So I buy less but pay full price. You know, that's how it works. I even bought my own game just to support myself. It's funny. Hey, what's up, Ari? Let's see if I can get. I don't care what people do. I'm not stealing games. I'm a sarcastic guy, but I don't. I'm not. I don't like cynicism too much. It just usually generally leads to nihilism. You end up like that guy on Aliens too. Game over, man. Just put her in charge. Nothing matters. I don't. I don't believe in that. Yep. I've never. Ari says in her least sarcastic tweet ever. Because I enjoy the Game Awards. You know, they're not perfect, but I enjoy putting that on. I watch the Game Awards, and I don't watch the Oscars. See how it works? So Gets better every year. And I'm always impressed that guy has managed to, Jeff is able to put on a show like that with no fucking help. I mean, last year he had all the heads of Nintendo, Sony, and my Xbox on stage. I mean, look, you could say it's symbolic, but yeah, so like it's pretty cool. It's not favoring any one corporation, so you can't be like, "Oh, they're just doing corporate speak." Like, they got a good job. Hey, what's up, bro, man? May have made her bunny ears too large. Is there a way? No, sorry, I don't give out my home phone numbers. You can always tag me on Twitter. It's the best way to reach me. How do you feel about the new Star Wars? uh, look, in all fairness, I lived through the dark times, right? As a Star Wars fan, I lived through the 80s, the mid 80s, and the early 90s when there was no Star Wars. When telling people you love Star Wars was like a goof, you know? Um, I remember seeing the first special edition announcements at Comic Con in San Diego in like 96 and getting super excited because I had never seen the first two movies in the theater. My uncle says he took me to Empire when I was really little, but I don't remember that. I remember Jedi. Um, so I did all that. I mean, I used to cosplay to the movie theaters when that wasn't a thing, you know. Um, I went through the whole prequel thing, super excited, and then by the end of Attack of the Clones, I just stopped being a Star. I was like, I'm done. I have my Star Wars love, but I'm done with these movies. So I think the acting's great, and um, the stories they need to stop with the making it up as they go. They need to sit in a writer's room like you would a TV show and hash out what they want to do overall moving forward. That's it. That's my advice. And whether people love it or hate it, I mean, whatever. I mean, it's like rating individual episodes of TV shows sometimes. It's almost impossible. Like people love to do it. Like this episode wasn't so great. That episode, like I don't know, man. Like the whole season as a whole matters more to me than individual episodes. Um, I think they kind of figured out their story by the time they got done with this one. So it's like whatever. But I'll take these movies over the prequels any day, dude. I don't care what anyone says. So, and I know there's a whole growing thing now. People go, I love the prequels. Well, I worked on the merchandise, and I can tell you it was a depressing time to be working on Star Wars merchandise with the prequels. And then when the 3D re-release came out for the Phantom Menace, dude, we lost so much money on it. No Darth Maul shirts sold. Like you would think Darth Maul would sell, didn't sell. So the internet says one thing, but reality is a whole nother, you know? So, my favorite's Rogue One. But I enjoy the Force Awakens. Yeah, I watch Rogue One all the time, and I've listened to the book Catalyst. I mean, I listened to the audio novel for Catalyst before I went and saw the movie. It was amazing. It was the best book to movie tie-in ever. I went right in that movie knowing what was going down. So, I think the best Star Wars movie is yet to be made, honestly. So, that company built two Star Wars theme parks. They're going to put money into Star Wars, you know? It's just, can you get enough? Can you, what's it going to take to get the writing up to what we always dreamt it would be, right? Which is life-altering, awesome stories. I don't know if that's possible every time for anything, folks. I mean, if you really go back, we've all lived through it. If you really go back and think about every Marvel movie as they came out, every time a movie came out, it was like, I don't really care. Super movies are dead. I kind of like this one. I don't like this one. And then by the time they get to the big Infinity thing, then, because they executed it well, it works, So they just need to figure out their stories, I'm not saying they have to have all three scripts written out because that's not how it really works, but they need to sit in a writer's room and break the stories down. Yeah, I bought Sonic Mania on my Switch when it came out. It's the best Sonic game I've played since Sonic 2. So, love it. All right, she's got stress over these phases. But if you didn't enjoy it, it's okay. I went through that phase myself. Maybe one day they'll make one that you love, or maybe they won't. Maybe it's something else maybe you've grown past it. Some people do. I I don't really care for modern Star Trek, and I know people that love Discovery. So I'm like, all right, that's for you. I didn't like Enterprise. I didn't like Voyager. I'm a Deep Space Nine kind of guy. So just, I'm gonna make some shit people hate. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, everyone seemed to like Spyro, but what if I work on a game that everyone hates? Am I supposed to hate myself? What happens then? Like, you work on projects and put your best foot forward. They're putting their best foot forward, but it's hard. Star Wars is hard. It's not one thing, it's an amalgamation of things, and when it all works together, it's a very American product. It's taking several different things and mushing it into this other thing. And some work better than others. So the TV thing is nice because it's pushing them to develop stories. Look, I don't think this particular Mandalorian has an overall story arc like we would like it to, but I think it will push them to develop in that way. So they'll learn. I don't really like the Ant-Man movies, but I love the Spider-Man films and the Thor stuff. So, it doesn't mean I hate them. It's just like, they're not really my thing. I would think I love heist movies. You would think I'd like them more, but I don't know. It's not quite my thing. You know, I have friends who are like the Ant-Man's their favorite. So there you go. I never liked The Walking Dead, and I love zombies. I bought an Xbox 360 when it came out just because of Dead Rising. Before Dead Rising was even like out, I bought it so I could get it day one. So, but I just don't like Walking Dead. Never have. It's okay. But with Star Wars, man, like I said, I've already gone through. You know, I guess I'm done with this version. Like I stopped reading the books when they killed Chewbacca with the Yu Von Zong stuff. I used to read every Star Wars book. And some were better than others. Some were fucking horrible. Like the courtship of Princess Leia. Go read that one. Great Struzan cover. Horrible book. I don't know. White man's. I don't know. I don't know about all that, man. Some things speak to people, some don't. You know. And some people appreciate things later. You know, that it's not of the moment. When I was a kid, fucking no one liked the Dark Crystal. You know, my uncle was a big Henson guy, didn't like the Dark Crystal. It didn't sit well with a lot of people. People hated Labyrinth when it came out. Yeah, let's watch the language, Mindy, because you know, Ant-Man ain't for you. Go watch The Watchmen. It's brilliant. Mirror Mask. Yeah, first Dark Crystal. So, but over time, things age differently. You know, like they really do. There's going to be a group of people 10, 15 years from now that if you didn't like The Last Jedi, they're going to love it. You know, and they're going to be like, we want more of that. My only problem with The Last Jedi, dude, is just the tone was not the one from the film before, which is fine, but didn't really, you know. I didn't mind the story stuff. Just, it's like, okay, you know, I don't get, I don't, I don't get even the way Luke chucked the saber. I don't understand it, you know. Yeah, the new Watchmen series is awesome. Super love that. So good. So, but I do like the ending of The Last Jedi, you know. I like it. But they didn't have an overarching story, you know. You could tell. So, whatever. They'll work it out. Financially, they have to. And if they don't, oh well. It's okay. I sat through two of the like man, I had to sit through Batman Forever and Batman and Robin. You know? It didn't kill Batman. So you know what I mean? What app is that on computer? This is Photoshop. CS6, older version. I bought this. So I don't have to pay those monthly fees. I think that'll work. Yeah. Yeah, Ethan, this is Photoshop. But you can use whatever drawing program. Clip Studio Paint works pretty good. I'm used to Photoshop, so there's a lot of mental memory built in to hand keys and commands and stuff, so it's difficult to change. Super difficult. I own them all, just super difficult to change. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. It's more complicated. I suggest you watch that show and ignore reviews. Sorry. Sometimes it makes a weird noise. Huh. That's weird. Let's see if it bongs again. 1 second. Okay, it's working. Weird. Just watch the show. Personally, I listen to the people. If you really want to, Mark Bernardin did an interview with David Lindelof, but it's going to spoil most of it. But I do recommend, if you don't care about spoilers, at least listen to the people who made it talk about it. I always try to listen to people who made things talk about them more than I care about. I've always been that way. I'd rather hear, I'd rather read a Cinefex article on the making of a movie I'm interested in seeing than Cisco and Ebert's reviews. So, oh, well, we all start somewhere. Ah, thanks. I appreciate you. I'll always love my little dude. Gonna make a video on how you draw hands and how I learned. Yeah, well, the easiest thing to do if you want to learn how to draw hands is photograph your hands and trace over them in construction, like, and start to like rotate your camera on your phone around your hand 6 different times, and then rebuild it, and then take those shapes that you do 3 dimensionally, and then start to like I blob stuff in. So if I wanted to blob in fingers, just a matter of blobbing in because I've learned the shapes. So I know the oven mitt technique, and I can come here and blob in different fingers. Sometimes, though, if it's a weird angle, I will photograph my own hand for reference because I'm like, how does that shit wrap around? But it's pretty easy. Like that's why I use this blobby technique, because look how much faster it is to blob in some hands. Then a super fast version, but I already know the shape, so I can come here and see. And this is the oven mitt, so I know where the hand goes. I'm making it look pretty easy, but that's many years of deconstructing and committing those shapes to kind of mental memory, right? So there you go. There's a hand. But start with photographs and tracing over. If you don't have a computer, you can always just get a light board. If you don't have a light board, you can use tracing paper. If you don't have that, I can't help you. I was not rich growing up as a kid. My first light board I actually made from a light bright. So my first blobbies were just Sharpies on a paper that I would put a piece of paper over. Since it was Sharpie, it was so dark I could kind of see over it. But the blobby thing I figured out on my own because I hate drawing a bunch of lines that don't get used. Where was it? Oh, it was on her ears. You know what? I'll just draw it and rescale. How do you make spikes on Sonic's head? Oh, it's a cylinder. Deconstruct the shapes. What is the head? It's a sphere. What are the spikes? They're triangular kind of cones. So build it on top. Draw the sphere 3 dimensionally. See it 3 dimensionally. The trick is to see things 3 dimensionally. The final drawing can look a little flat, but the understructure needs to be there. So that way you know how to wrap things around items in perspective. And that's a training your brain thing. I drew that all on one layer. Smart, Rob. So this is not a line outline to me. What I see when I'm working is this as a three-dimensional shape. It's carving this way. It has an under surface. It has a side surface. It's kind of circular over here, right? This is how my mind is seeing these things. It kind of comes down this way. Now, I'm not drawing all that stuff into there, right? And I'm also trying to keep some of the dynamics of the original piece, the final lines. So, but that's what I'm seeing when I work. And if you train yourself to see that way, it improves everything. It improves your illustration, coloring. That way you're rendering surfaces. If you want to understand lighting and painting, well, that's surface rendering, the way light hits surfaces. And that goes back to the basics, learning three-dimensional shapes, cones, cylinders, spheres. And it takes years. I don't know. I don't know what can help you. You have to watch the videos. All the Sonic real-time videos are in there. You know? So, like with anything else, I can't tell you if it will help you. You have to watch and see if it speaks to you. Understand this, none of my videos are going to be here's how to draw a character. I'm not interested in those conversations. I constantly at work get asked to draw things that don't exist, that there is no reference for. And so how do you invent from nothing? You know, and so a lot of my conversations are about here's the project I'm working on. It might be something you do, but here's how I go about it, and it's rooted in these techniques. Always in these techniques. I don't know who this character is. I mean, I do. It's Lana Leuka, but this is all that exists of the comic right now. And I'm not recreating her art. It's my art style. You know, these are my shapes, but you know, I'm using the techniques that I've developed over the last 20 years. You know, to do that. And they're applicable to Sonic, Superman, whatever. It doesn't matter. The style is irrelevant. The characters are irrelevant. So, and things I didn't learn in art school. Can you talk about who you were? Yeah, well, lately, for the past few years, I've been doing concept art at Toys for Bob. So we shipped Spyro Reignited. So I did concept art on that. So I've got some other stuff I'm working on that I'm under NDA, can't mention, but gaming related. So right now I'm doing a lot of concept art and video games. Whether those games ever ship, I don't know. You know. And then I do my own commissions and my own stuff on top of that. But I've spent since 2005, I've been working professionally, like t-shirt, comic books, a lot of cover art. Yeah, so what happened, Charles, is I've been producing consistently this whole time, but YouTube switched a few things. They switched to live. No, it's okay. So let me just talk about why you guys probably haven't seen me. So YouTube switched the live stream to live events. And the live events, I have not been able to get to work consistently. Um, so I just stream to the live, which, by the way, you guys never get notifications on the live. So they've been there the whole time. No one ever got notifications. So then I started streaming to Twitch and just letting everyone know, hey, I'm on the Twitch, because Twitch would at least give those followers notifications, and I could redirect to sketchcraftlive.com. Just today and yesterday, um, I use the Real Stream, right? Real Stream, which allows me to stream to YouTube and Twitch simultaneously in the live events. So now you guys are getting the live event notifications, which is super nice. So it's the first time I've been able to talk to all you folks in almost a year because of that. So, but it's put me behind my work on this cover, you know. So, yay. Um, but her project really is helped by word of mouth. So, if it helps promote the book, then there you go. And I will answer your other question in a second. Um, so the second question is, how do I find clients as a comic artist? Haven't had much success. So, look, there's no one way to do this. Let me tell you how Marvel works is they contact you. That's it. So, um, that's how you work. Uh, you just got to post work and hope they notice. That's it. Um, some of my older stuff, like when I was at IDW, came from the fact that I did a lot of comic book work for a company called Ape Entertainment out of San Diego. I met those guys because I used to go to San Diego Comic and I was pitching books and I sold this book to Image that my writer didn't write, but one of the people we talked to was at Ape. And when the Image book did not get produced, um, they asked me to draw a series for them called Monstres that they were developing with Kevin Grievous. And I did that for a couple years and built a relationship with them. They liked my art, and so uh, throughout the years, the guys that worked there, Dave Hedgecock, he ended up going to IDW. For a while there, he became editor in chief. So I would just constantly toss him my art in the email. Hey, I'm working on this, just letting you know. And then he gave me all the Transformers cover work and the Yokai Watch stuff. I was supposed to do all the covers for Yokai Watch, but it took a year to get an approval. I moved on to other stuff at the time. And then the Transformers stuff led to an offer to do a series with the female, what's it? She's the geisha looking. Forget her name. But but I just didn't want to draw a Transformers series. It's a lot of effort drawing all the robots, you know, and I didn't want to do it, so I turned it down. And let me tell you something: when you turn work down, they tend to not talk to you for a few years. So um, I did the Game Informer cover after that, and that just came from posting my artwork online, and they saw it. The Toys for Bob hit me up because they saw my artwork online. So being really visible online helps. You don't have to be famous because I'm not. You guys know I don't. I don't have the largest followings online. There's millions. Ashley has a bigger following than me online. Um, that's true. But all you really have to do is get seen by one person who can cut a check, you know? So I put my stuff on ArtStation, DeviantArt. To this day, I still do. I don't care what's popular or not popular. I put it up anywhere that's free. And this stuff too, and Instagram, and it gets seen, you know? Um, I'm fortunate in that way. Uh, the Ape Entertainment, yeah, they did Sesame Street, but they did a lot of other stuff. That was like the last. I think they were doing that right at the end when Brent took over. But before that, they were doing like all the DreamWorks books and a bunch of indie stuff. But that whole market collapsed after the recession hit. So really, what it is, man, is like these indie book covers. These people, like Lauren, I've been friendly with her for a while on Instagram. Artists, just art buddies. But I started doing, someone would ask me, "Do you do indie book covers?" And I'm like, I like the Kickstarters because I support Kickstarter and indie books. So I just started putting a lot of effort into those, and they hit me up, you know, and I give them a good rate, and I take care of all the stuff, the art and the colors. You didn't realize sometimes I feel like you're only hearing stuff after the fact. Yeah, about the recession and stuff. So, um, I recently got hit up by a game studio based on to do some stuff that I wasn't available for the project, but it was for something that is superhero-ish related, and that came from doing these indie books. So I would say this, man, like it's a balance. There's no one thing. Some people will get really famous doing one thing, and if you're one of those people, stick with it. But if you're like me, and the majority of other artists out there, do a little bit of commissions, only do recognizable characters. Um, because it's easier for your art to be seen that way. And then take on indie stuff, and get a PayPal, make sure they pay you. Um, and put a lot of effort into that indie stuff. I put a lot of effort into everything, I don't care who it's for. If I don't feel like putting the effort in, then I don't take the work. So that's basically it. And then luck. Luck is the other thing, man. If you wanted to submit, the easiest thing you can do is literally find an address and send samples. I doubt that'll get anywhere these days, you know. Otherwise, you have to make your own books and comics, make your own books and produce them and put them on Comixology and get them out to reviewers, and that's it, man. Like uh, DC, I don't know, man. I don't know about DC. I have friends that Megan Hedrick, she did stuff at Vertigo, but you got to start somewhere, and get books out. If you want to draw books, you got to be drawing books. If you want to draw interiors, draw interiors. That's basically it. A good exercise to do is take the last 5 pages of a comic, and not redraw the comic, redraw the script of those 5 pages. Tag them on editors, email stuff out. You know, submit your stuff to magazines like Imagine Effects, and those pages and stuff, and be like, I would love to work in comics. I mean, I remember once I ended up Artist of the Month in Imagine Effects back in 2012, and I said, I would like to work at Blizzard one day. Someone at Blizzard saw that and hit me up. Now, unfortunately, they wanted 3D work. I'm like, I don't do 3D. So, you know, that can happen too. I mean, let's think about it. Let's game it out a little bit. If Rob wanted to work at DC drawing comics, what would Rob do? Well, first I'd have to get samples done, right? That'd be one thing. And again, I would just take the last 5 pages of any comic and break down the script and redraw the script. And then I would be posting those everywhere and tagging DC Comics on all those posts. I'd make videos on that, tag those videos, and repost those. And then what else would I do? See, I used to just go to conventions and get a table. Editors used to walk around and see your ship. It doesn't happen anymore. That's what I would do. I would start posting pages on Instagram and every social media and tagging the shit out of them. You know, and I would show the original page and the script and I'd break it down and I'd turn it into a whole thing. You know? Try to understand though that commissions like a pinup like this, a cover, is not going to help you get interior work. You have to draw interiors. Don't color your stuff. Probably have to ink it though, the way shit works these days. You got a sequential storytelling. They just have a limited amount of imagination. So you have to basically do the thing you want to get hired to do. And no one cares about your age. So if you're worried about your age, it doesn't matter. They just care about output. I wouldn't draw fan comics so much, though I don't think that's a big deal these days. I would just not want to go that route. But I would redraw, yeah, samples from comics. And then I would hit up any indie folks that there are showing my samples and say, you got any work, you know? And they'll be like, we got $25 a page. So once you have a book, you know, you're able to at least show a book, you know? And if you get that production down to a point where, you know, it's pretty consistent, and put your own book out. Not so much to make money, but as a way to, you know, lead to the next thing. I try to treat everything I do as something that could lead to the next thing. Not so much this thing that's getting me somewhere, it's where it will lead me. I am on Twitch. I'm streaming on Twitch right now. Charles, we're streaming simultaneously on Twitch and on YouTube. You can get to my Twitch at sketchcraftlive.com. Take it right there. So, Charles, sometimes I'm talking to you, sometimes I'm talking to the Twitch. So we got Ari's in the Twitch, and Mandikas is in the Twitch, and a few other people in the Twitch. So, yeah. Yeah. How clean or sketchy do I want to make this? Well, let me see what this looks like clean, and then I can see if I don't want to keep it or if I want to keep a hybrid. I'm trying to find a way of not drawing. I mean, actually, I need to go back. Haven't done a full indie game. I mean, you're part of a dev team, you have ownership. It's too much work, man. You know, it's too much work. Games are hard. Like, uh, worked on AAA games. I don't know how they do it. And I've been following game development since the late '80s. You know, so I've been reading game developer magazines since 1993 and '94. I'm not unfamiliar with it. You know, um, that's always what I wanted to do when I was younger. And then when I started 3D and got carpal tunnel, I was like, well, that's not an option. Um, but I don't know how. It's too hard, man. It's so hard. So if I was working on an indie game, I would not be doing this right now, right? So I did work on an indie project once back 10 years ago for Play. They were making a game, a Death Junior game, that became another game called Savior Machine. That didn't get done. So I can't take projects that don't get completed, man. And if they're not going to get completed, I need to get paid a lot of money. You know, like when I say a lot of money, like a comparable wage. And indie games, just most of them don't make it. Most games don't make it entirely. I can't do that for free anymore. You know, like I'd rather just not do that. I got a giant stack of projects that never ship because companies folded. So and indie games tend to need people to do several things. So designing stuff is one thing, but they would need me to also do other stuff, animation or something more. I don't do all those things. I just draw, man. You know, I draw. So it doesn't really work out as much as you'd think it would. Maybe one day some project will come along where it meets those requirements, right? But I'd rather just produce things that get done, you know? I've had enough of my own failed projects. I don't need to pile on to any of that. Comics I feel differently about. Comics I'd rather do my own entirely and own it. Because you can always sell a comic to a game studio. You could sell a comic to a toy company. You could sell, you could, it's fine. But a game, man, like, it's so hard. That's why every time I back an indie game on Kickstarter, I just assume it won't get made. I don't get mad at them. I'm like, I believe in this, but, you know, I wish you all the best of luck. It's so hard. know, you need a programmer, and there's bug testing, and yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I got contacted, years ago to do the cutscene art for Wolverblade. That's why I did that Wolverblade piece recently because I wasn't available to do that, and he got Red J to do it, which is awesome. But I wish I had been able to do that at the time. You know, I mean, a lot of the stuff I do in games, my art style doesn't really come through. It's kind of I have to sort of fit whatever the project is doing, so just fine. Um, I don't want to overdo that. Yeah, well, that's two guys making that game. You know, it's super hard, man. You know what I mean? It's super Void Bastards. Yeah, I know Void Bastards. That's cool. It's super hard games, man. You know, it took them 5 years, and Michael's probably spent thousands and thousands of dollars of his own money. He's never gonna get back. He didn't make money on that, but it's not why he made it. And so I don't know. Like I got a friend, Brandon Popovich, an amazing Unreal developer. He teaches at Nomon. He buys a lot of my art, and we're friends. We've met a few times, and he's a fucking amazing dude. And he's always trying to get me to do something. But like, we made a quick little. He did. He made a quick little tech demo once. So I was like, well, what about like a Star Fox game? But you know, it's like my Jolly Dagger stuff. But I mean, that requires he's a programmer, but it requires rigging and animation. Even with low poly, if I did anything at all, it would have to look like low poly, like Mega Man Legends or something. Yeah. Your money didn't make it. Yeah, didn't make any money on that. Yeah, it's the price the margins, dude, are so tough. So I'm like, how many years we got to work on? And I can't do it. So I'm gonna be starting my own comic stuff soon. I have to finish this next issue of Megavisions, which I thought I would have been done 2 months ago, but that didn't happen. Um, and then I can start that regularly. But I don't know what to do, you know. So I'm just lucky that I've ever been able to work on any games, man. It was a dream of mine as a kid to work on a game or do concept art for a game. And if I only did that one game, if I only ever did Spyro, mission accomplished. It's a game you can buy right now. You can go anywhere. I bought the giant Funko Pop of Spyro. So I don't even own Funko Pops. So it's cool. Some people get famous and they get to do multiple things, and we know them for years and years. But maybe you just get to do one sometimes. That's fine. You know, I came from a place that looked a lot like Moss Isley when I was a kid. So from for me, it's pretty good. Maybe one day Michael will want to make another game, and he'll want my art there. And that'll be cool. I wouldn't get an ownership; it would be a paid gig. You know, I don't know. Oh, nice. I mean, I would love to do something with Brandon Popovich, but I just I mean, my time is so limited. I mean, what could I do? You know, I'm there's not much I can do. I remember I had an interview at Jinx years ago, um, and I would have got the job, but I had a former employer talk shit about me. It sucks. It's the way it goes. Sometimes it happens. But so I was at the interview, and we're going over my stuff. And I remember the owner of Jinx, he was in there, and he was like, "Why don't you just work in games, man?" And I'm like, "What company is making 90s style platforming games that I mean like my art is very critter based, you know?" Um yeah, it's illegal. Well, yeah, well, it's only it, here's the thing about legal illegal. Do you have the money to successfully sue them in court? Chances are no. So, good luck. I learned that lesson early in life. But I remember like who's making these 90s style games? I mean, like my art is very 90s. I don't really see that ever happening. But then the Spyro thing happened. So I've learned to just, be prepared for when opportunities show up, and make the kind of thing you'd like to make for, you'd like to get paid to do as much as possible. And if that happens, great. When that time comes, show up, do the fucking work, and cherish every moment of it. And if it goes away, then hey, eventually it will. Eventually they'll all stop making games, and it'll get handed off to another generation, someone else. It's the way it works. But yeah, well, there's a company called Mad Engine, man. I think they just got bought by Hybrid. They're super fucking shady, bro. Back when I first started in 2005, like we all had to race down every Thursday. They'd pay us, and we had to race down to the bank before the money ran out. Sometimes people didn't get paid that week, so they ended up buying Mighty Vine, but I think they got bought out by Hybrid recently, or they just haven't announced it. But that's what a friend of mine was telling me. He's knowledgeable. I have buddies I have some friends that work there, but I don't really talk to them about their work because I don't want to get them in trouble. Hey, Mad Engine. So you know them. Yeah, they're shady as shit. But they gave me my first, artsy job. So, yeah. They're the reasons why I can't work in t-shirts anymore. Because they took over all the printing for Jinx's stuff, and that's what happened. Everything was great and looked like it was a done deal. Then they called and said, actually, we can't. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Mad Engine. So, yeah. They're the reason why I had that Kickstarter went south. It's a whole thing. If you listen to the podcast about the Kickstarter FAQ, when I'm talking about the company I worked for, that's Mad Engine. So they put people under weird NDAs, non-work competes and shit. It's crazy. Yeah, that's how they are. Meanwhile, the owner owns multiple Lamborghinis and 20 or $5 million mansions. The year the Avengers came out, they had their best year since Spider-Man 2. Um, and we got $25 gift cards to Target that Christmas as a bonus. You know, they're like, you should just be lucky you have a job, quote unquote. A lot of people don't. Be lucky you work. I'm like, yeah, thanks. I had to pay for my own equipment. Like I had to buy my own Cintiqs to use at work because they're like, you don't need a Cintiq to do your job. We're not paying for it. I'm like, it's to help you make money, man. It's how I work, you know. So I bought my own Cintiq, and then I used it for years, and then it broke, and I said, okay, I've used this Cintiq for years. You've seen how I use my work. I do all this. You're making money. Can you get me a Cintiq? Nope. That's why I did the kick. That's actually why. Well, I didn't do the Kickstarter for the Cintiq. I did this. I did the Kickstarter to go to PhoenixCon help raise money for a Cintiq that they didn't want to pay for, and then it ended up costing me my job, and then every other t-shirt job. I got blacklisted by Mad Engine after that. Yeah, they're a vile company. I don't recommend them. I also don't knock any artist that takes a job because, it's hard to get money. It's hard to get paying gigs, so I get it. But, yeah. So what it is they have the Marvel. They have every license. Here's how it works. They have Mad Engine has every license. So what happens is your work gets submitted in those licenses to licensors, and they show everything around. And when they see stuff with your name on it, they then say, that guy, if you do not fucking fire that, if you don't get rid of that dude, we will withdraw our license. So they use Marvel's. So Marvel has, they're one of many, but each of these licensors tends to have their own legal departments that are separate of the actual company. So that the co-owner of Mad Engine's a lawyer. So he doesn't like me. He tried to accuse me of stealing shit. It was really weird, dude. That Kickstarter I did, they were like, "Did you do this artwork here at work?" I'm like, "No. When would I have time to do that? I fucking work nonstop." Dude, they're a weird company, man. He straight up, they put cameras in there and were timing how long people went to the bathroom. Yeah, he doesn't like me personally. I didn't even fucking know the guy, But he used to walk around the art department and tell people that we're like kids, and he's like their papa, I'm like their dad. They have to be, they're like kids. Shit like that, man. It's like, what are you supposed to say to that? I'm like, I literally walk up to the art director. I'm like, bro, man, I fucking did 3 years in the army, and I don't fucking want, no, don't be fucking, dude, for real, this fucking dude. Yeah. Hey, he's a piece of shit. I've worked for a lot of people. It's the only company I have real negative. I work for Dave Halverson, bro. And he straight up stole money from me and other people. But Mad Engine's a whole nother level of. I've never worked for anyone other than Mad Engine that actively went out of their way to keep people from working. So. Something ever happens to that dude, I won't shed a tear. He didn't just put me on a spot. He put me in a room and put my Kickstarter on the wall and then accused me. I said, "Are you accusing me of committing crimes?" He's like, "Well, no." I'm like, you want to lock me up right now?" And my art director was just stunned. He never seen anything like it. When I was in the army, I got accused. This is crazy. I got accused of malingering and being a drug dealer, even though I've never even done weed. They just didn't like me. I had a back injury that they couldn't prove. And so they falsely arrested me once, put me in jail and read me my rights and threatened court martial. And it took me a year, but I fought it. And I was a 19 kilo tanker stationed in Friedberg, Germany, 98 to 2001. And got a formal apology. They disbanded the company. It was a whole fucking nightmare. So when I sat there, I'm like, oh, I've done this. You know what I mean? I'm not, fuck you guys. I've done this before, What happens is I've learned these people are generally jealous of people who have talent. Even though I don't walk around going, "Look at me, I'm fucking Mr. Talented." I'm super quiet. I don't, but they think they should be the ones getting all the accolades. And so they have a genuinely disdain of people with talent. And anything they can do to remind you of, to make you remind you, to remind you of how little you are to them, they do. They're those kinds of people. They're literally fucking Charles Dickens villains. I don't. The lawyer, yeah. Well, in the army, it was the same thing. In my room, I had the art studio set up. There was the only thing in my room was art studio. Hey, Brandon! It's just talking a lot of praise about you, man. B-Pop's the man. So, it's telling him how fucking super talented you are, bro. And that's God's honest fucking truth. But you had all the art studios set up in the army. They didn't like that, you know. So any chance I can give shout outs to Brandon, dude, he's super dope. I'm always amazed by what he pulls off. I'm like, holy shit. No, different Brandon. I know. I seem to know a lot of people with the same name, so we'll call him B-Pop, so we don't get it confused. That's why we call Brandon Mega Potato, because I don't think I'm gonna meet another Mega Potato. They did something. Yeah, so that's how it goes. You know how it is. So when Mad Engine went there, I was like, you guys are just, you know, fucking with the wrong dude. I'm not gonna be intimidated by you. Whatever. Stress over these phases, folks. Everything else gets done pretty quickly, but yeah. So I would go to my room and write scripts. I would write scripts in notebooks when I was on CQ duty in between all my duties, got everything done. Then I'd go to my room and spend my whole weekend drawing. It bothered people, you know? So it bothered them a lot. I didn't understand that you have to play a little bit of the game, you know? Um, and then I'd forgotten all about those lessons when I got in art departments. It's my mistake. I didn't. You gotta learn how to play a game, you know? Yeah, see? Okay, the ring of truth, right? The ring of truth. The air of truth, whatever that is called. It's true. It all happened. It was wild. Literally 20 years ago. It's crazy. Yeah, studio politics are awful. I agree. Bebop, I agree. Yeah. Believe me, I know. I know. So, I just, you know, whatever, guys. You get older and you're like, it's so stupid. Such a colossal waste of energy, you know? They really don't like it when you don't have to prove yourself because you're like, look, my work speaks for itself. If you don't like it, fire me. I don't know what to do. But I'm not going to sit here and like justify why I should, please go to like, whatever. Go get a job at Walmart. It's fine. It means I'm not going to stop coming home and making the best art I can make. Like, nothing's going to stop that from happening. So here we go. Yeah, I eventually got the Cintiq. I think that will. Dating. Slime dating, right? You can date slime. Date Cacho. It's the date of Cacho. So you want to date a slime. Untitled slime dating game. There you go. With any project you take on, there's just a certain level of delusion you have to have. You have to have a certain level of delusion because anything getting done is one gamble. Anything getting done well is almost impossible. So you have to be deluded into thinking, like no matter what, this is getting done and it's going to be done well. I mean, you have to really believe that. Right. So if you're going to make a game, if you're going to make a comic, you just have to really be a little delusional about it. And if you don't have that level of delusion, don't do it. It's not the ego. It's just that it's going to be so hard that if you're not like committed to the cause, like delusionally committed to the cause, then you're already behind the curve. Yeah, it's super tough, you know. It also gives you a real tremendous level of appreciation for when something is amazing. You're like, how was that possible? Like you can't just because it turns on and it works, you can't take that for granted. It's super hard. Like the fact that it turns on and works alone, like it's almost impossible. No, you can. You can get to this point and not be fully. That's where imposter syndrome comes from, and I've worked with people that haven't. They're not. They think they are, but they aren't. It's false bravado. You have to actually believe it, and then if it doesn't work out, not hate yourself for it too. But yeah, people can, man. Like I've been there. You know, that's why I stopped taking comics work, because especially the Transformer stuff, because I was like, I'm not fully confident I'm committed to that idea. I love Transformers, but I don't. To make these robots emote, you have to draw them a certain way. Like Jack Lawrence does a really good job of that, and I wouldn't want to do that. I'd want to do it more like a DreamWorks way. I mean Dreamwave, but Dreamwave went under because there's no way you can hit that deadline. It's too complicated. So I'm like, I'm not deluded. I don't have the delusion. So I said no. And I think that pissed off my editor. But man, if you don't know your limitations, you know, I mean, don't talk yourself out of opportunities, but do be aware of your limitations. It's worse if you don't come through. I think. I think it's worse if you don't come through. Tons of trash. Ninja Guy and Z. Yeah, but Ninja Guy and Z had a great artistic style. Just, I mean, you would know more than me why it didn't work, but I thought visually it was right up my cup of tea, you know? So, yes, I've seen Knives Out, Armando. I enjoyed it. Saw opening weekend. Benoit Blanc. That's a shame. Because I thought it really had the opportunity to, you know? Yeah, but Bebop worked on Sunset Overdrive, right? I mean, look, you've got some big wins, you know? It's a very good game. Do I play any games? Um, I do. Uh, I'm in the end game on Dragon Quest 11, and I play a lot on my Oculus Quest. So I play Ninja Legends VR. I do some Beat Saber. I love Ninja Legends VR. I like Robo Recall. Played all the Vader games. So a lot of VR stuff this past year. And now I got the Oculus Link working. I downloaded that 3D NES emulator. I want to try that. That looks kind of cool. Um, it's a tech demo thing, but I'll play it. Looking forward to Radial G. Um, yeah, I enjoy VR a lot. Um, thanks, Peter. Oh no, Mandy, because his internet is failing him. Sorry to hear that. The lack of racing games in VR is sad. Saddens me. I played the shit out of Lego Forza. So I bought Forza and bought the Lego and played just enough Forza Horizon to unlock the Lego, and then I just played the shit out of that for about 2 weeks. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed Lego Forza. Alrighty. Yeah, Lego Forza is awesome. Yeah, or just, fun. I just care about fun. Fun and fast. Great sense of speed, right? Yeah, I would like Lego Forza as a huge its own game. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in VR, but it takes money. Like, not a lot of people are putting money into it. It sucks. You know, I'm not saying you need AAA experiences, but I need like Nintendo 64 level experiences right now with those games, and they don't exist there yet. A lot of them are just basically tech demos. Sad to say. Right. Well, you know, maybe that's where one of these companies like Oculus should, even though they're owned by Facebook, should team up with Amazon Studios or really get a joint initiative together for content. Yeah, but it's still on tethered systems, so I will be playing it on my Link, but it's a bummer. Look, it's gonna get there. Yeah. Oh, nice. See, I don't like The Walking Dead, but I will check it out. I did like the Telltale game. I did play through the first couple chapters. I did enjoy that. But I have plenty of shoot 'em ups, especially after Robo Recall. So I don't know. You know, heavily narrative. Hmm. I do like the first person like adventure stuff part of the Vader thing. Where if you can get the control scheme of Robo Recall, that movement with the teleportation and the twist and turn around thing. That's really good. Um, with like a detective, man, there's so many freaking cool things that could be done. You know. I know. Yeah. He has a lot of indie dev stuff on VR, but it requires money. it's, it's just not, it just requires money. Like, take the pinball game, right? So I got Zen Pinball. I'm a big fan of Chris Baker. I know him; he's a good dude. I like their company. Got the Zen Pinball on there, and they have this cool little dragon that flies around when you're playing like Castle Storm or whatever game that is, and that's cool. But it'd be great to touch the dragon, have him sit on your shoulder, or he can come out to your hand, and they just, that requires a level of budget. It's crazy that it doesn't exist. You know. Alrighty, I gotta. Yeah, it's a problem. Well, if you're having trouble, get some help, buddy. I would not be the best person for that, but I would definitely reach out and get some help. Every time I give Brandon, I'm like, I'm there for you, Brandon. I give the wrong advice. Like, I'm probably not the best for this. Definitely talk to some friends or family if you're having dark thoughts. Snatcher. Snatcher. Yeah, we're supposed to cover that Megavisions at some point. At some point. Armando does watch a lot of horror movies, though. Watch a comedy. It's a cover commission for an indie book called Lana Leuka. She's Lauren Marshall, Lana Leuka. I did an interview with her on the podcast. If you go to the podcast site, the podcast feed, the playlist on the YouTube, you could see an interview with her about it. So it's got links to all of her stuff. Yeah, it's an independent comic. No, I am making my own comics, but I have to finish Megavisions before I can. I only have 3 to 4 hours a day to do anything for myself, so that's where that is. And then my cat got the cancer, so it ate up a month or two of my time. So I'm a little behind schedule on starting that, but it will start soon, and then that'll be life for the future. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun indie book. Lauren's a good artist too, so the art will look good. She got an experienced writer to write it, so looking forward to reading it myself. don't stress. I will have a regular. It's going to be very long-term stuff, dude. So it'll be plenty there, and I'll make sure there's plenty of stuff on the YouTube covering it, and so we'll get there. We will get there. We're doing the long form approach here on Sketchcraft now, not the get my shit, get it out. And so when it comes to that form of storytelling, it's been a long time putting it all together, so it's getting, but that works pretty good. So don't stress. It will always be there. Come to it when you can come to it. Make sure we get these boots. Yeah, it's gonna be a boot. Just blob it in the boot. That center line probably should be more this way. Oh yeah, I heard about the 007 thing. They'll learn their lessons. Yeah. That's not going to work out well for him. I retweeted it. It's being covered. I wouldn't stress too much about it. It's not going to work out. Yeah, they are. It's probably because they don't have inflated rent like these theater chain owners have to deal with. Remember, the cost of tickets at a movie theater has to do with the upkeep of the movie theater and what they owe. Not studios don't set those prices. Was Chris Sanders an influence? Probably. I don't really sit around with his artwork in front of me when I draw, but I'm a fan of his stuff. Sure, why not? I wish Mulan had looked like his art. Good artist, right? I saw Lilo and Stitch in the theaters. As a matter of fact, San Diego had its first digital theater. They only had one, and I saw Lilo and Stitch there. That was the first digital presentation. I remember the watercolor background was blowing my fucking mind. Yeah. I was super bummed when that. What was that dog movie? Bolt? It was supposed to be called like American Dog or something. That looked awesome. And then they Pixar'd that shit right up. Looked all dumb. Wasn't for Rob. We be blobbing. Blobby style. Every time I show a client the blobby style, I'm like, trust me, it'll get there. Just, but you're really gonna draw? Yes, I'm really gonna draw. Yeah, did you ever see the concept art for the American Dog one? Before they took he lost control of that project, looked awesome. Yeah. I wish, like I said, it's the way it goes, you know? It's the way it goes. What's he up to? I haven't seen or heard from him in a while. Chris Sanders, what's he working on? It'd be cool if they did a game in his art style. How great would that be? But a lot of my art stuff, basically in the late 80s throughout the 90s, it's when I formed whatever's in my head, you know? Sometimes I draw big feet, sometimes I don't. Do like the thicker legs, tiny feet. Personal favorite of mine. I've been told by clients, stop drawing their legs so big. I get that client. Mitch Bird was a great thicker artist too back in the 90s in comics. Mitch Bird. If you kind of like that sort of thing. The blobbies let me block everything in and then resize pretty easily, and then you can layer the elements in. Yeah, rabbits are fun. Love the rabbits. They're fun. This part gets done pretty quickly, folks. So we're almost there. Yeah, I hope it's fun. I like French animation, so I'll watch it. I love the concept art for the Wii game. The art they did for that was awesome. The rabbit games where they're piling shit up. Concept art. If you've ever seen the concept art for that, it's really good. Super talented people. Super talented. I just want CG. I don't care for the live action. That's like I love that SpongeBob movie. I just didn't care for the live action parts. So I'm looking forward to the new SpongeBob movie, where it's just CG, stylized CG. It's my thing. Stylized every. I like all my art stylized. If you haven't noticed. Thanks. Is it hard to maintain interest? So I did that for a French gaming magazine called Le Game. Unfortunately, they went out of business. Um, took me about 100 hours. Losing interest, really, it's drawing all those game logos. Every one of the box arts have to be redrawn. They don't work if you just put the photos in. You have to draw them and add textures and imperfections and layer it in. So drawing all the game stuff really is not, it's not fun at all. I would have liked, I don't know. There were some things artistically that they didn't want me to do that I would have done differently on the main characters, but overall it turned out well. You know. But yeah, it you won't be seeing me do too many of those for a while. It's a ton of fucking effort, man. So, and everyone's always like, "You missed this game." I'm like, "I didn't miss it. There wasn't any room for it." I need a shirt. I know she has her shirt, but I need like the Star Wars one. I get that all the time. But like, you forgot this game. I'm like, I didn't forget it. Where am I supposed to put everything? I with those layouts, I didn't want them to be just a blanket of shit. I wanted everything to be clear and laid out in the way that you would lay out, your military gear. Those, sometimes people do those boxes where they pose their game boxes with stuff. I wanted like a giant version of that, and to include as much as I could, but to keep it all, instead of doing tons of characters all over the place, design them as little toys. And so it's just at some point you reach a maximum where you're like, there's no more I can add without this turning into a wall of characters, which is what I was trying to avoid. Yeah, I mean, they weren't talking shit. They were really good. Just, there's things about the way I draw that, like, they'll be like, could you not angle this or less sharp here or more rounded there? Or, their hands are a little too big. Can you draw like, and it's just, they did a lot of work with Kenzo Man. You know him from Udon? He did a lot of their covers, and he's super good. I don't draw like Genzo Man. You know what I mean? We are two different artists, and I'm like, maybe you should just stick with Genzo Man. Like, you perhaps. I mean, I can change stuff, but at some point, you're like, it's just how I draw, man. Like, don't know how to help you. It's not working. It's not working. I don't see Genzo Man drawing hundreds of things though. You know, that's the thing too. Don't get paid much more when I draw all that stuff. So, you're like, how many more hours am I working to get So I was glad it was Dragon Ball Z because um, I hadn't tackled anything like that yet. So, yeah, 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 he's super awesome. But it's like, I'm not that dude. He's not me. I wouldn't ask Genzo Man to do what I do. It'd be unfair to Genzo Man. He doesn't do that. I don't think he'd be too interested in it. So, yeah, you don't see me doing a lot of those pieces because I don't want a lot of that work, you know? I'll just keep the shirt she has. So I want to be, if I tackle that again, then it'll be for something worth it. I do have to color the turtles one I drew a couple years ago. I'll be coloring that soon. That has a little bit of that. I drew that so long ago. It's going to be weird coloring something I drew 2 years ago. That'll be weird. Well, they weren't. They didn't. Well, because they liked my art, And man, I would love to draw stuff in France, So it's just sometimes people have, like with anything else, man. You know, you can. They have something in their head they think I'm gonna do, and if I do it, then they're super happy. If I don't do what was in their head, then they get disappointed. So, you know, um, it was tricky. It was tricky, especially with game magazines because publishers look at that stuff and then the publisher gets angry if you know, not to say this is what happened, but it has happened to me when I was at Play. Like I did this Mass Effect 2 cover for the last issue of Play, and they hated it. Like EA was straight up not happy. They didn't want to. It was tied to an ad campaign, so they didn't want to pay for the. They didn't want to pay, and they were like, "We hate his art. We don't like this," and so yeah, that's tough, you know. This was just more like just things like, you know, proportions and shapes, and I'm like, if there's any place to do this, it's here. Like, you know, like just be creative. So if they were still around, I'd still work with them, but it it's tricky, you know. So it was a lot of like just, you know, the hands this and the way you draw this. It's just little stuff, man. I'll tell you the most hassle-free fucking cover I ever did was for Game Informer. They had the 0 notes. Maybe one change on the lighting scheme, but they caught that at the roughie stage, and that was it. So they were super cool. Paid fast. Well, that's just how it is with a lot of people, man. You know, they look at your portfolio and they get a sense of what you do, and then they ask you to do whatever they want. Sometimes it's what you do, sometimes it's less of what you do, sometimes it's none of what you do. You know, and then your tolerance is how much does this mean to me? And that's just the name of the game. You know, I've had clients in the past who wanted nothing of what I did. I'm like, I've backed out. I'm like, you don't, and then I'm like, no, 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 it's okay. No, we told. I'm like, no, you just want someone to do this. You don't really want me. So, you know, the hardest thing I had to learn was when to say no. It's tough. It's why I also don't apply. I don't bother applying to certain places because I don't need the lecture on how I draw. I'm not looking for portfolio notes from an art director. Like, you know, here's what you need to get in this industry. No, I don't need any of this to get in your industry. You know, just give me an opportunity and you're going to see that I'm an ideas guy. I'll help complete this project. I'll add to the team. But if you're looking for me to be a little mini you, then, you know, I don't need to be here. Yeah. Hey, Blueby, what's up? Hey, what's up, Psycho? Number one from what sort of things would they say? Well, I'll share this story. I got to be careful, guys. I don't need, you know, I mean, I can't write myself out of future work too. But I don't intend to work with Tom ever again, so I can talk about this. So I did this Anubis cover for Tom, right? Um, yeah, I'm an illustrator. So sometimes it's concept art, sometimes it's illustration, but yeah, illustrator, I draw. So let me see here. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm not going to throw a shade, but I can talk about a real world project. Tom, I like personally. I don't have any problem with Tom. He's always been, you know, but creatively, I just was like, I can't do it anymore, man. Tom needs to work with people who want to take more direction than I'm willing to take. And that does happen. You know, he knew me a long time ago, and I was totally willing to draw one way, and then I just stopped. And I'm like, you know, I don't fit your project and your needs. You shouldn't be working with me. He's like, no, I like working with you. I'm like, no, you don't. You like working with old Rob. That I killed that Rob. You know, I stuffed him in a closet and buried him out in the desert. So this cover, right? This Anubis cover. She was originally going to be much thicker. I had this whole different way of drawing her, and you know, I trimmed some of it back. He didn't like that she was thick, and I'm like, he's like, my audience doesn't go for that. I'm like, have you seen your audience at cons? They're not thin people, man. They have curvy girlfriends. What is your issue, man? So, and then he didn't like her hands being so big. I ignored all that shit, and I trimmed some of it down, but then I was like, fuck this, I'm not doing it anymore. So that's it. It's all my DeviantArt. Penny for your soul cover art. I can't. My chat is on another computer, so I have two computers open, so I can't really post links in the chat right now. But if you go to my DeviantArt, matter of fact, if you just go to my main website, right? Maybe let me see if it's on Sketchcraft. Hold on. Thing with Sketchcraft.com is it's my art potions portfolio. It just looks like a web page. It may not be on here. Yeah, it's right here. And you can see here, this is cool. Oh no, I didn't. All right. So yeah, it's right there. So I should put up more work in progress shots on that. I had the same thing with this one. This one I did for him too, the Lights Camera Jungle. He didn't like that I made her curvy because she doesn't look like that. She got thicker feet. And he wanted a Spider-Man 300 homage. See, this one I drew on paper. See, there it is. I drew it on paper and then traced it digitally and got it all clean, which now I would never bother doing. But yeah. So there you go. Oh yeah, the old theme music. All right. I'm gonna come back and draw these boots, but I gotta go downstairs and give me a coffee. So give me like 5 minutes. All right. Hey, I'm back. Alrighty. These boots were made for blobbing. So like I said, when it comes to whether a studio wants your style or not, it's kind of irrelevant. The question is how much do you want to put up with? Like, Red J drew the turtles his own way. But when he was working on the Turtles comic, he had to draw them in that style of the cartoon because that's the thing, right? That's what it looks like. So, you know, you just pick and choose your battles. My thing now is if it's for a company, for a real project, there's money involved, and it's going to be seen by people, I'll do whatever. But when it comes to indie stuff, commissions, my own comics or indie comics, I 100% draw in my style, period. I take 0 notes. I'm not looking for them. So, there's just no point. And I'd much rather do commissions than work on somebody's indie book, unless it's a cool book and I like them. Like, I like Lauren. She's a dope artist. Good people. Her and her fiance getting married soon. Wish I could be there for that. They're good people. Yeah. The interview with her is really good if you haven't listened to it. It's in the podcast playlist. It's also on the Sketchcraft podcast, available on Spotify and Google Podcasts, all that shit. So if you're interested in learning more about her career, she interned at Red J Studio once down in Australia. She's out in Australia, so super cool. Good interview. All right. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, bro. News to me. No comment. How about that? Let's just say no comment because I don't need the trouble, bro. I didn't even know about the Crash Racing game until that was announced. How cool is that? The only game I knew about ahead of time that never came out was the Star Fox Racing thing. But I'm like, it wouldn't be the first time they made an entire Star Fox game and shelved it. So, am I hiding something? No, I just don't want clickbait dudes going, so and so said no. I don't, whatever. I don't know anything about it. Looking forward to more though. That'd be cool. I like that trilogy game. They worked on that uncredited. I didn't even know that until someone told me. I was like, really? They're like, yeah. I'm like, huh. Did not know that. All right. So there's this, and then what I like to do is fill underneath with. Oh, this keeps me from getting confused with all the details. All right. They doing some I have no clue. It's a different studio. The only person I talk to is my art director. So I only ever know what I'm working on and what he needs me to work on. I don't really, I'm not privy to a lot of inside stuff. It's my friends who work for other game studios that like to tell me what they're doing. Then they're like, "No, will you tell me?" And I'm like, "Nope. I don't want to lose my job. I've lost enough jobs. You know, I don't need the, I don't need the harassment." I'm only familiar with the first three games, and mostly the first and third game in Crash Team Racing. I played the first and third game the most, and the original Crash Team Racing. I am unfamiliar with anything beyond that when it comes to Crash. Part of it was, for me, was the tech that Naughty Dog was pulling off at the time. I was always impressed with it, you know. And once they left, it kind of lost its. Um, the new Crash Team Racing looks cool. I just don't have the time, man. If it was in VR, I'd probably be playing it. So you got me on that one. I don't know about that. I see. So I don't need to do that. All right. That's what I thought. I'm going to give you all a little tip I've learned over the last few years. 2 or 3 years ago, I would have gone in here and made every little fucking line perfect. Completely unnecessary. Leaving all the imperfections and little bits in there too. It just makes the thing look cooler, have more energy. Sorry. That's an experience thing. It also helps that I know what it's going to look like colored because I know since I'm doing it. I also wonder if there's a somewhat of a level of intention, with art. Like if I intend it to be a certain way. I'll show you an example. Like this I cleaned up heavily. The penny for your soul. And that took a lot of effort, but I don't think it was ended up like it didn't look much different from the non cleaned up. Whereas let's see if I'll even show you another example. Like the cleanup always looks cool, but once it's colored, it's hard to tell, man. Like, um, so the Burning Rangers is not really cleaned up. Matter of fact, anyone further in the background, I had to just look at his hands. I left it completely loose. I left the construction lines in on this piece. You can see all the way through her ear, all this stuff is in there. This is super loose. Yet, once it was colored, came out fine. So, you know, I don't think it necessarily makes it better. So, like I did these super cleaner. They got the roughies under there, but the overlines are fairly clean, and they came out good. But I don't know. Like I'm always like, am I going too far with the cleanup? Am I not going far enough? So, like on the Youngblood, these guys are super loose. I don't have the black and whites here, but they're super loose. I don't think they always have to be that way. This shit, this shit was fucking super clean. So you just gotta like learn and then have the confidence to be like, I think that'll work. So I've constantly go back and forth with that. On this one, I'm going looser. I mean, it's not even looser. It's just less cleaned up because I just don't think it'll matter. It'll still look good. This I went super clean and it's fucking. In my defense on this piece, I didn't want it to be so cluttered, but I got overruled from my team, so I just wanted it to be her fighting a dude. But I got overruled. I remember when I posted it, people were like, "You went too far. It's too much." I'm like, I've tried to fight that decision, and I lost. It also helps that I have the word Sketchcraft in my name. Did I look at the new DA? Yes, Floopy, and I turn it off. So I should probably set my page up on the new VA so the people who use it, or the DA, so they can see something decent. But right now, it sucks. I got to spend a weekend setting it up. I will not look at it, but I got to set it up so it at least looks decent for the people that do. I don't like the new YouTube shit. I just like simple menus and there's the shit. It's right there, you know? So, whatever. It's bad to know the style you want before learning fundamentals. No, but knowing fundamentals means that you can replicate. You never stumble into shit, you know? And if you had to do a design guide, look, any style is just, it's underneath it is a set of shapes. You know, if I draw super angularly, that's a shape. If I draw a curve, that's a shape. You know, if I want to rotate that curve three-dimensionally this way, recede it back into the horizon, and then have it come around, it's all three-dimensional. So if you don't know that, you can't do that. You're just kind of hoping shit works out. You know? I mean, sometimes there's a certain level of like, hey, I hope this looks cool, but there's also like not. There's like, well, I know I'm going to achieve a certain level of quality because I know what I'm doing. And that confidence comes from keeping it all fundamentals. You know, fundamentals. Keeping it all fundamentally sound. Hey, Vloopy, I can see both the Twitch and the YouTube chat. Yeah, Vloopy. So when I'm talking to other people, like that's the YouTube chat. Finally got the, so it'd be better to draw anything before attempting stuff. Huh? Yeah, really I would. Look, you can, here's some fun, I used to do these experiments really around 2002 through 2004 4 or 5 when I was really like perfecting, like when I say perfecting, just when I was really training myself to see this way. And so what I would do is, because I really had a limited amount of time being in college at the time, is I would take like a finished piece of art that someone else did, like that I really appreciated, like Mazamune Shiro, and I would first add a printer, so I would print out and go over all of his like a piece constructionally, a character, figure out the shapes, right? And then I would break those shapes down on a separate piece of paper, and then I would take that character and try to rotate it from a different angle using the shapes. And then I would take another piece, and then another piece. I'm certain Sanders was probably in that mix. You know, LaShawn was probably in that mix. So long ago. Anyone that I liked, I would do that, and I would learn the shapes of the style. So when people see things in my art, McFarlane, Capullo, you know, when they see things in my art, they go, "Oh, you draw like this guy." I'm like, "Well, at one point, I assimilated those shapes into my mental vocabulary for a number of years, you know." And although I'm not staring at their stuff today, I'm sure it's in my mental memory as the shapes, not the pieces of art. And if you get into shape design, it's a lot of fun. I also find that I arrive at different shapes when I'm sketching on paper versus digitally. Um, Two different kinds. I mean, I arrive at different shapes. That's why I always do traditional and digital. One informs the other. Um, but shape design is great. Like if you wanted to design guns in different styles, you know, you can do very technical minded, you know, like, you know, let's just do like a World War II kind of like Star Warsy pistol. You know, you can. That's one way to do it. You could take that same idea, condense it, you know, do like the play school version. You know, like shape design. And then you'll be able to like if I have to like draw that in perspective and foreshortening, you know, it's not I know the shapes and then the blobby solves my foreshortening issue. I don't have to spend a lot of time figuring that out. If I wanted to draw it the bottom looking down, I could, you know, if I wanted to like I said, it can go so many ways. It's it doesn't seem to be fun when you're first learning it. Then eventually, if it clicks, that is the fun. The funnest part of the drawing. Then you just have to figure out how you like to draw, like what tools. Like when you ink, do you like when I draw in ink, I like to draw in red pencil and do the drawing in ink, but it ends up becoming more angular. Um, with digital, I can keep things rounder, but I like to keep things really loose and sketchy, and I do the blobby technique. So it just depends on what you're doing. Um, well, pencils aren't that expensive, bro. You know what I mean? You don't have to have expensive tools. To buy some mechanical, some red pencils and some ink is way cheaper than buying an iPad. But one informs the other, you know, and if you're not doing both, you're limiting yourself. I'm telling you, you know, you can, you're eventually going to want to get to, whether it's today, 10 years from now, you'll just end up right back where you started. You know, doesn't mean every project you're using both. It just means you should be doing both all the time. And I try to make sure that when I'm drawing similarly to how I would draw digitally as I would traditionally. So like a lighter touch, as much as possible. This is a little different in that I don't have any red lead, but I mean, no one's perfect. But with the blobby technique, I can layer details in fairly quickly. Have I done any color studies today? Not today. More this week. So I spent my free time this morning getting this dual stream set up. I had to rebuild a lot of my stuff in Streamlabs OBS, and then it reroutes to Restream, and then I had to make sure it worked, and that just ate up hours. And we just duplicate that, fill it with white, not blue. Turn the opacity down, and draw right over. the color studies as well are a fundamental lesson that I'm, you know, teaching myself. And that's to be able to see color accurately and to never color pick, to only color by looking at what I'm seeing and then to quickly get down as much detail as I can within a certain time limit, you know? And they'll be digital and they'll be traditional ones as I move along. So. And that's going to take hundreds of those. Yeah, exactly that. It's colors that next to it imply a different color. So it's training my brain to do a whole nother thing, you know, to see like a painter does, which I don't inherently do. Yet I do see in color, which is weird. I don't know. My brain is weird, man. Yeah, and it's not hard to stay drawing. It's just the level of art you want to do, you know? So to draw the fundamentals all the time, you know, doesn't really require a ton of time or whatever. It's a lot of times people, you know, they want accolades when they do something sometimes. So you get that. So I had to let it go. In college, I used to get clowned by, you know, fellow artists when I just wasn't doing or making the kind of art that was impressing my colleagues, you know. I'm like, I don't care. I gotta learn some shit. There's a lot of like making art to like be popular at school. I'm like, I don't fucking give a shit if I'm popular at school. That sounds goofy, like of course, but there's a lot of, you know, especially like at art school, a lot of peer pressure amongst everyone to constantly be impressing everybody, you know. And I would always let people down when I didn't have the greatest computer or I wasn't using it. At the time it was Painter, you know. And it's like I like to use Painter, but I was working full time while I went to art school, and I'm like, they don't use Painter, so I got to use Photoshop. You know, I can't do two programs. Online can get the same way, you know. It's like, oh, you don't use Clip Studio Paint? I'm like, do you? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, good. Use what you want to use. You know, maybe at some point I'll find a good use for it, but you know, it just doesn't really seem to apply to me right now. It's not making my life easier when I go to draw. It's not helping. Then again, a lot of these techniques I came up with were because of the shortcomings of Photoshop. You know, so maybe I just worked around them. Yeah, some people can't afford them, so do what you can do. It's really how you think. It's not the fucking tools you use, you know? It really isn't. The tools are a matter of like personal preference, you know? I got friends at work that turn all their work in on Procreate, you know? And it's amazing work. I tried to do that. It doesn't work for me, you know? So I just thankful I have a job and I stick with what I know how to do. Some artists like to be able to draw everywhere. I don't. I like to be drawing in my studio. One, I can keep shit secret, you know? What if I leave my iPad at a Starbucks and it's got confidential materials on it, you know, for everyone to see. Um, and then two, I feel like I'm at work when I'm in my studio. So people don't always have a studio, so I get it. It's just no one way, man. You know. But getting back to the whole like sticking with art, you know, I spent a number of years where I didn't draw any fan art ever, just the construction. You know, this was before college. Um, and when I was in the army, and trust me, it impressed nobody. Well, you draw and then just see all this fucking construction. They're like, yeah, this guy, he draws, man. He's going to get his own comic book. I'm like, congratulations. You know? Yeah, now Sketchbook Pro. That's the Alias Autodesk software, right? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't care, you know? Such a useless thing to argue over what tools you use. You don't use Ticonderoga pencils? I mean, that was some shit I had to do in college. The animators were like, gotta use Ticonderoga, man. And I'm like, what happens if your employer doesn't fucking pay for them? Gotta buy your own Ticonderogas. I tried using a Ticonderoga pencil, you know? And I was like, I don't get it. I draw with red pencil, you know? I don't like that. It's a silly dispute, but believe me, dude, I mean, you know, it happens. Well, I mean, I learned that out of the lesson too. When someone likes to tell you what someone else is doing, I always go, "What are you up to?" You know, I'm not interested in what they're doing. What are you doing? You know, what are you, their fucking hype man? You know, I used to have a teacher talk about a fellow student all the time. You know, Eddie this and that. Eddie does this, Eddie does that. I'm like, man, what the fuck do you do? A lot of people hated Eddie. They didn't even know him. I'm still friends with Eddie. You know, like, we're the only guy from art school I still talk to. We're good friends. Talk all the time. And I'm like, we worked at Mad Engine together. I just always like, a lot of people hated you because this fucking teachers used to spend all their time telling everyone how great you were, and they got sick of hearing about it. And it's like, I'm paying you to help me right now, man. Like, what is this shit? You know? He's like, what? Yeah, I was surprised by the wolf among us. Poor Eddie didn't even know. There's a lot of games that do cell shade. The best is Arc System Works and how they've perfected that with Dragon Ball Z and Guilty Gear Xrd, It's a muddy detail. Different views on the basic. What do you mean, different views? Just construction, man. If you learn construction, you can be an illustrator. Learn construction and learn how to see in a three-dimensional volume. Never draw a drawing of. Never draw from a drawing of Stitch. Draw from a statue of Stitch, right? Or Popeye or whatever else. Learn to break down basic shapes. And then when you learn painting, you're going to be able to paint over surfaces because you're already going to see everything as a shape. That's it. You get that part down, everything else is easy street. Hey, how many times people see what they think is bad art and they go, it's just the construction's off. Didn't have to be that way, but it's the way it worked out. Easier said than done. Yeah. But I'm just trying to simplify it for you so you don't kill yourself. Then you can go into more complicated subjects on construction. Like Scott Robertson has very complicated technical stuff that is extremely invaluable about learning how to draw from center and then how to duplicate from center. I would start with very entry level stuff and then I would work up to his stuff and let that hurt your head. If it's hurting your head, you're learning. If you think you got it, like I always think like if I'm inspired by something, I'm probably not learning, I'm exploring. If it hurts my head, it's because I'm learning. So that's how I look at it. I mean, it's fun to explore, but if I really want to learn too, sometimes it has to be painful. A little bit of art pain. It's like I want to be able to do some more traditional landscape painting and some other stuff, but I'm not seeing color properly, and I've studied light the last several years, but what I haven't done is taken the time to sit down, use very basic, drawing tools like a lasso tool or something, and then start to crunch, data that you're looking at, whether a landscape, interior, exterior, crunch that down into not an impression, but its minimalistic amount of details, and then to be able to manually just look at it and pick the colors you need to paint near it, and then to also with the value checked, like check it with value. There's another level that I myself still need to learn, and it's going to take like 300 or 400 of these little color studies to get there. But I don't want to. I don't want to be fiddling around when I'm coloring, picking swatches, or like I want to see what I want to know that what I see is what I'm seeing. Well, I did a Saturday school on this, and I got to post it up on how to do some tricks to help train yourself to do that. I can't get into it here, but I will post that up sooner than later. So definitely on the YouTube, make sure you're getting the updates because the Saturday school will be focused, and I'm going to try to do that once. I don't know, once a month, but more maybe 3 or 4 times a year. I'll do it like at the beginning of a month, and just it's going to be like the same class over and over again, where we just sit down and I go through all these basic tips, right? Like these basic drawing dots, eye to hand coordination, construction, all traditional, no digital. So it's just I don't have a ton of time right now, so I'd have to build intro videos and stuff for that because we did it last time, so it needs to be a little bit more themed before I post it on YouTube because I'll never hear the fucking end of it. Yeah, so and that's just again like I make that stuff because when I was at that phase, I really wanted someone to just explain shit to me. I had to go and seek it out. Luckily, I was in the position to do that because of my location in San Diego and LA. I was able to talk to a lot of artists who were way better than me, but it took a lot more effort to get there. The Nomon DVDs, the first wave of those came out. There's a lot of useful information there too. And I spent a couple $1,000s buying those, but uh, a lot of that information is kind of lost now. Like it came out, and I just think like it's not flavor of the month. you know. Sorry, I got a little frog in my throat. Straw the boots. Yeah, I mean, you could spend 15 minutes a day doing it, but it's gonna take a while. Took me years. Years before it became mental memory, you know? But it solved I couldn't draw in ink when I was younger because I didn't have that stuff figured out. Now my hand goes where I want it to when I'm drawing with pen. So, pays off. No thanks. Yeah, it solves problems. I'm gonna have to wrap this up. It's already 4:30. I'm supposed to be done half hour ago. But I'll be back on tomorrow morning to continue this. Or tomorrow afternoon, sorry. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be back on. Alright, I gotta stop here. I didn't realize it was 4:30. So we got some progress. A little slower than I'd like, but that's what happens when I talk to you all. Things slow down a little more. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not blaming you. It's just the way it works. So if I'm really in a hurry and I don't stream something, understand it's just because I can't lose any time. All right. But I have time on this, so it's no big deal. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out. So now we got it working. I'll be back on tomorrow. Somewhere around 3 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, dude. Somewhere around there. Late afternoon. So we'll put another 3 or 4 hours in. I will talk to you all then. Peace, everybody. Goodbye. I'm out of here. Let's see if it works. Let me see if I can quick end this. It worked.